How can something as beautiful as this be dying? A plague is ruining the land, but the tree of life still stands. Question is, for how long? End is coming to the new world. The tribes stand divided, in need of someone strong enough to unite them, or bring them all down. This is a story with an unusual beginning. So, let's expect an unusual end. Welcome to Biomutant. Encode your DNA. Define your genetic structure. Choose a genetic resilience. Choose your first style. Pick your main color. Choose your detail color. Pick a class. Mercenary. Mercenary chosen. Good choice. Here's somebody with a troubled past, drawn into the spotlight of a story that's already begun. We're already at a crossroads. Choosing a path in life is that fork in the road where you make a choice or simply stop living. But for you, it's not only a crossroad, but a choice. A reflection of your key.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the
Can't believe you'd choose that thing!
That thing? I'm right here. Let me remind you, we're two halves of the same, with the difference being I'm the better half.
Better half! My way is both better and brighter. Light makes it easier to see the best end.
The best end is the one you decide yourself, and it seems we're headed in the right direction.
Guess left can be right sometimes. Stories of death and the bodies left behind. A reminder that we're at the mercy of nature and the one that preys on others. Do you remember the beast that shattered your family? Or did you choose to forget? You turned your back on our world and got lost in your own. Meanwhile, the predator only grew stronger. Just so. Better make a run for it. This is not the time nor place to end this story. This time, it was best to run and live to fight another day. Let us hope you're ready for it when it comes. The Predator isn't the only threat. The wildlife started to mutate when the end of days began, and the Tree of Life started to die.
Slash.
Keep hauling yourself into the air. The oil sludges everywhere. To most, it only means death, but some have adapted to the new environment and changed with it. Evolution has its ways. Slash and dash. You always find good use for things like that. Getting jacked. emergency box from the once was. A rare sight. That pipe looks weak. The claw bar should come in handy. Whoa! It's time to find a way out of this place. No, really, I mean it. The morcs produce biomatter in their multi-organ that they shed under distress, rods that affect the cellular coding strands of any living being when absorbed, including you. Wonder what you could make with that. Toxanol built vessels called arks to save themselves from the impending doom. But was it too late? It is only from the flight logs of the single ark they left behind that we know other arks traveled through the sky and beyond. It seems those that came before us never lost hope in finding a new home for their kind. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There are few records of the chain of events that led to the big apocalypse eons ago, but it's clear the world wasn't prepared for how recklessly the Toxanol Corporation would make its mark on the world. Their rare earth mining and nuclear industries generated tons of waste, and without consideration for the future, they dumped it all in landfills until they ran out of space. That's when they made the big mistake. They began dumping the toxic waste in the surf just off the coast instead, assuming that it would sink and decay with time. And they were right, but no one was prepared for what was about to unfold. Once in the surf, the radiation interfered with the genetics of the wildlife and created bizarre mutations in their offspring. It had an inconceivable impact on biodiversity and the entire ecosystem. The world as they knew it crumbled as nature retaliated. It would never be the same again, and what remained of it became ours. The sound of spark metal going pew-pew is never a good thing. It's coming from behind that door. A warning label. The box looks like a potential brain melt. It's going to take a bit of puzzling to short-circuit the door. Just a few moves left. Make them count. There you go. The wheeled one is outnumbered. You'd better help him out. Switched off the lights.
flash.
That's the last of them. Let's talk to the wheeled one before backup arrives.
Balu, putulu, mauketo, tolu, ayadre.
He wants to thank you for taking his side against the scavengers. He sounds familiar. You just can't figure out why.
Ewe boboye, udenu ku nunyofobo.
He presents himself as out of date. He knows he's way overdue, but he hasn't given up.
Tolu, keta, ya wawana
He doesn't seem surprised that you don't recognize him. You were just a child back then, the night everything changed.
Cantita duela, boten pa, wherefore, where?
There have been rumors of a one-eyed Ronin seen outside the Great Wall, and he's happy to see it's true.
Tolu, keta, ya wawana we.
The legend of the one-eyed child that grew up as an outcast is old and sad.
Kobe, ifari kobo, far.
The child could have been anyone, but the evil it had fled had left a mark, a facial scar to remember the past.
Kotuvon ko kumvun kono, Kobe, ifari kobo, farmu.
It's a scar you're covering under that eye patch, isn't it? But he would have recognized you anyways. You look exactly like your Muma.
Kim hobe, bekoko, ifar muk.
There's no doubt you're the child, and that what Looper Lupin did to your village, your Muma and Popsy, was the beginning of the end.
Tolua lo, tolokuchai, ifar befarbe.
He says it has taken you a long time to bring the past back up to the present, to find your way back, but he's grateful you have.
Kuchai, ifar befar.
It was after the attack that the unity fell apart. Your Muma's disciples divided and formed tribes as a reaction to the blight that had fallen upon the land.
Atu awa ya kuchai, ifar befarbe.
After the old village was destroyed and you disappeared, a struggle between the families erupted, and over time, the disciples turned against each other. Had it not been for the Tree of Life, no one would have survived. He hopes you at least remember the tree. asks if you are tired, as it's a bit of a hike here from the village. He wonders if your Mooma knows you are here. Sounds like he thinks she does, despite your heart growing dark. There's nothing as powerful as a Mooma's love. He understands why you came all the way out here, to see them, the potato people. The potato people, or Nono, are a wonder, somehow interlinked with this little tree here fueling its source of life. You might be right. Like potatoes, they're packed with energy, an excellent source of ki. The Nono prefer to hide in glitter grass. He says you should get over there and ruffle it. See if you can make one come out of hiding. You found one. You should be proud. They don't come out for everyone. The Nono's ki energy is just what the Pensai needs to complete its cycle and grow into a tree of life. The small tree you saw up there where you met will eventually grow into a tree of life and start giving back to nature. It'll be the heart of the land. You'll need to support the tree for a long time to come. The only way it'll grow tall is with the burst of ki released from the Nono as they become one with the tree. You'll need a net to catch the Nono, and he wants you to use his, but asks you to be gentle. The Nono are sensitive beings, an embodiment of ki, the primal energy. You handle that net like you've never done anything else. He's impressed. He's grateful for all the help he can get. There's lots of Nono out there that need to be guided to the roots of the Pensai tree. They're hiding in the glitter grass that mostly grows deep inside damp caves, where they draw mineral from the natural rock. One day, he hopes the tree will have grown tall enough to sustain the world. But today, your focus is getting this one to become one with the tree. Now that you've seen the Nono's connection with the tree with your own eyes, you have no reason to doubt. From this day on, He'll make nurturing the Pensai into a tree of life, a life goal, not only for our village's sake, but for all of us, everyone. One day, the land won't be as peaceful. Not even your Muma will be able to protect us. You can already see the effects from how reckless those before us acted, and unless something changes, we're doomed. The land won't survive the side effects of the old world's industrial advances. He says you'd better hurry back to the village before your Muma comes looking for you. You did good here today. That's not true. She's the reason there's still unity, and the only one strong enough to keep the 6 Wang Fu disciples disciplined. He lost you there for a while, but no memory is alone. It's part of a trail you can follow. He says he remembers every single day he devoted to growing the Tree of Life, but now he's afraid it might be in vain. The tree started to die when the end of days begun, and it wasn't long after that that the World Eaters arrived. The genetic evolution that occurred after the apocalypse that Toxanol Corporation inflicted on the land set the World Eaters' DNA into overdrive. His friend Gizmo is working on a Mekton and needs help defeating the Jumbo Puff at the end of the West Route. Wiz is still repairing his octopod to confront the merc puff that dwells deep down under the surface at the end of the Northwest Route. Noko has tamed the Majut and is preparing to take on the hoof puff at the end of the East Route. Finally, Goop is almost done with the Goo Glide, a machine able to ride the waves of the surf all the way out to the Porky Puff at the end of the route to the southeast. Out of Date says his friends are gearing up to stop the World Eaters. There's one at the end of each route. The road ahead won't be easy, but he's counting on your support. His friends aren't strong enough to end this on their own. He wants you to understand that you'll all die if the tree isn't saved. His friends have prepared something specific for each World Eater. The Mekton, the Octopod, the Majut, and the Goo Glide are almost ready to ride. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. You're getting the hang of it. Quickest way out is through the roof where they came in, and the rope looks strong enough to climb. Know that the Tree of Life is dying. Its days are numbered. Without help, it can't endure the environmental change and assault from the World Eaters. A signpost maps it out for the cartographically challenged. Let's see. Must be the World Eater that chewed off Out-of-Date's leg. You'll need a hat trick to bring that down. The World Eaters have made their marks on our world over time. That's not the first nor the last village it'll leave in its wake. Look, a survivor. Glad to see someone made it out alive. He's heard the stories about the terror inflicted by the World Eaters to other enclaves, but never expected one to come all the way here. He worries there won't be much left to save if this continues, even if the Tree of Life survives the attack. He doesn't know what your connection is to this place, but something tells him you've stayed true to your heart. Anyway, he needs help and says it's by your actions you'll be judged, not by... He can't...
Good work, clever clogs. Let me guide you into the dark.
Seriously? I always thought better of you than that.
And you were wrong. There's always more dark than light.
There's still time to turn back.
They're already heading down my road.
There's Out of Date again. He must have missed something important. Out of Date knows you'll make a better stand against the World Eaters with the support of a tribe, and there's two nearby. The Jagni tribe is likely to be your primary choice as they seek to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Regardless of who you choose, it won't be easy, as the conflict between the tribes is worse than ever, teetering on the brink of war. The Myriad's conviction to stop the World Eaters began when the Leviathans rose from the depths of the surf. Siding with the Myriad's movement for wholeness in a fragmented world might seem like the logical thing to do, but is it the right thing? One thing's certain, though. Destiny arrives all the same. The Jagni tribe only ever had one conviction: to bring balance to the world by wiping out the weak. They believe a cleansing is necessary to restore the world and want to let the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life. But siding with Jagni isn't necessarily a bad thing. Fate will find a way.
Nuka, Nuburak.
Out of Date says someone needs to break the stalemate and shift the balance of power to either Jagni's or Myriad's side.
Atu Wamawa, Mpa, wherefore, where?
He believes the tribe Sifus, Jagni especially, will listen to you and expects you to pay at least one of them a visit and play your part.
Kobe. Ifari Kobo, Far.
In Jagni's case, letting the World Eaters bring down the Tree of Life is part of their plan. They believe a cleansing is the only way the world can be saved.
Shintwata Moti Huasa, Bumbo, Dubuko.
He'll be waiting for you beneath the Tree of Life if you lose track of what you need to do. Regardless, you'll meet again once you've played your part in the tribe war and the situation with the World Eaters. Another fork in the road. It's either the tunnel or the motor bridge. What'll it be? It's a bridge. Just get over it. Feels good. They've destroyed this area, muddied up what used to be muck, as if it wasn't bad enough before the tribe war began. That's the Jagni tribe's fort. Their friendship can be a blessing or a curse. It's up to you. You're either a part of their solution to the tribe war or part of the problem. Let's see. Says they're wary of strangers. They're at war. Points out that the Sifu has a tight schedule, but is willing to let you in and find out if he has an open slot.
Zata is the muy totloho. Kariesne stace. Paro, ya put
The Jagni tribe wants to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. They want to vanquish the tribes, as the only way they can guarantee peace is through supremacy. The Sifu is determined to let the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life, as it's part of their strategy to cleanse the world and start anew. He welcomes you to the Jagni fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. The news of a cold-blooded Ronin crossing the Great Wall through the crack in Bunker 101 preceded you. He's referring to your rampage through Bunker 101. It seems you don't mind a bit of blood on your hands. That's something you have in common. He understands that sometimes we need to lose ourselves to find ourselves. But he's glad you chose to come here. There's something about your spirit that sparks memories of you as a kidling. He can still sense you're kind-hearted. Sometimes one memory can make another come to life. He hasn't thought about your Muma for ages, even though she taught him. Your Muma invented Wung Fu. Originally, it was based on unarmed combat and the 6 weapons: the boomerang, the shuriken, the bow, the staff, the nunchuk, and the hook and chain. The Sifu says it's time to set the past aside, at least for now. Unrest is sweeping the land and there are rivals in all directions. Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most importantly, feared. Says fear and hatred is the only path to domination, but you already know that. So embracing that side of you and helping them vanquish the tribes and letting the World Eaters destroy the Tree of Life should be an easy decision. He expected you'd join them. You understand that the universe runs on the principle that the one who dominates others runs the show.
Igles perfetta. Kariesne stace.
The Sifu was waiting for something to tip the balance in their favor, and with you by their side, he's confident you can vanquish the other tribes. The one he wants to deal with first is the Myriad tribe.
Zanama. O iglezed.
The Jagni's destiny is to do what others are too afraid to do, to vanquish past and future disillusions of unity and take control of our destiny. Uniting the tribes and saving the Tree of Life won't change anything.
Zenakas pripad snats. Nezdatsne okoni.
Their kin must put an end to the war before war puts an end to them. It'll cost bruises and broken bone, but they refuse to be the victim here.
Zivo. Nezdatsne okoni. O.
They have no intention of letting this drag out, or they'll run the risk of teaching the enemy their art of war. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wu Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen.
O vizoko dulatsi igles moi toxidra.
You both share dark thoughts, so they want to wage a war. A war where all that's left behind is casualties.
Zivot otloho. Paro.
Tells you not to be afraid. Your fate cannot be taken from you. Claim the rival outposts and earn the right to wield the tribe weapon.
Oko.
Once you've conquered the rivals' outposts, you'll challenge their Sifu for control of their territory, tribe weapon, and kin.
Nalest starida. Oko otloho.
Your Muma taught each disciple a weapon. She never intended it for hunting, nor war, but lately the art of defense has been shadowed by relentless attack.
Zata.
Seeing you brings back his memories of the old village.
Zata. Tada. Skuni.
Jagni doesn't want a new unity between the tribes. Their goal is to become omnipresent and, most...
Inato. Zata.
He remembers your kind and unselfish soul, and can sense you still have it in you, the will to do good.
Mali muzami. Onis purenos odlisini.
Anyway, you'll pass your old village on your way to the first rival outpost, but we've got no time to be sentimental. War doesn't wait. He can't blame you for not remembering, but he can sense the stillness of something lost.
Du hast ne.
The gatekeeper welcomes you back to the fort.
Na wala. Ola udo.
Hope. Better beware, that's a mump up ahead. They were hit hard by evolution, the wonky ones especially, deformed and unfurred. Shot through. You're feeling mighty low. You're in pain. Ready to dive back in. Time is lost on this place, but it evokes a tingling sensation. There's something special about it, drawing you closer. Let's see. As time passes, memories fade, and sometimes feelings change. It's not about who you were, it's about who you'll become. This story is far from over. Echoes of a long-lost past, like whispers in the wind. Here's someone who takes each day as it comes. He asks how you are today. Then he wants you to know that if you find yourself going through bad times, you should just keep going. He wonders where you've been. He hopes you've been out at the lake, practicing your swimming technique. He understands Wang Fu is hard. That's why your Muma only has 6 disciples. Doing just one thing helps you get more done in less time. He thinks you should really know how to swim by now. Why not? There's no better time to do what needs to be done than right now. He says, that wasn't too bad, was it? At least you learned that you'll drown if you don't swim. But you need practice, lots of practice. Great things usually happen to those who never stop trying. He hopes you'll be one of them. You just need more time in the surf. That's the only way you'll ever learn how to swim. You can never try too hard. Judging by your Muma's look, it seems you forgot something. You promised you'd train with her before the sun goes down. It's time to go. The dedication to training is important. You can't rely solely on the fact that Wang Fu is in your blood. You should know, practice makes perfect.
Dere,
As long as it doesn't kill you, it'll only make you stronger.
dere,
She'll see you at the village square.
Amun, anora kapapum.
She says that's good. With a passion for learning, you'll never cease to grow. Here's another familiar face with lots on his mind.
Fruit drip jig, typo.
Asks how you're feeling today.
Happy hap, dopado, doop.
Being nice comes easy for him. That doesn't make it less important.
Happy hap, dopado.
He was hoping you could help him pick up some scrap for a thingamajig he's working on.
Barg, nigado, dopado, happy hap, dopado.
He's happy to hear that from someone that's a part of the coming generation. You owe it to yourself to protect the environment. You should look for things that are recyclable. It shouldn't take you too long to find some. He wonders what usefulness you found. He says every little thing counts. He can work wonders with almost anything and asks if you know how to upcycle. That's the spirit. You can't make a difference unless you get your hands dirty. He'd love to teach you to upcycle, and the scrap you found would be a good start. You did well, but he can't help but wonder why you decided to craft a weapon. He appreciates those able to deliver a sharp remark. He understands, but hopes you won't be needing it anytime soon. He thinks mastering the 6 weapon styles of Wang Fu is more than enough for anyone. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this. It looks like she's starting to lose her patience.
Rumblene marsamon.
You know she doesn't like waiting for you. She wants to see you on the village square right away.
Aplitonumuta.
Then you've got a good excuse. You share a responsibility to prevent hardship on nature and the environment. It's your future.
Monibasa.
She wants you to grow up and start thinking for yourself. You really need to find yourself before she's gone.
Domale tuku. Polakuto.
That's all she's ever asked of you, that you'll try and give it your best. You can't do more than that.
Domale tuku. Monibasa.
You've always followed your own path, but this time she needs you to follow her.
Asil natu. Domale tuku.
Then start by meeting her on the village square and take it from there. She knows you're a free spirit, always on the move, like the wind. They look determined. Better watch out.
Talo sagatele.
He asks you to stop right there and wonders where you think you're going.
Talo sagatele. Moa. Little. Oh.
He says that it's not too late for you to turn back, though.
Mali arunu matua.
There's no way they'll let you pass.
Alu ea.
He wants to know who you think you are.
Famamuni esa masani lava ona. A otto fantasi ele fale fafia.
He says you're right. Nobody can tell him what he can and can't do, and that includes you.
Antoro.
She asks if you're hurt. What happened?
Andro. Kala.
If confidence is silent and insecurity is loud, she thinks you're absolutely right.
Andro.
The most important thing is that you're okay.
Kanyala notoro.
It's time to focus on your training now.
Ferena masalapu. Dropalo.
You won't need excuses if you are strong in your conviction. Here's someone close to heart, doing what he does best.
Waxandonia inabahama untlum.
Seeing you always puts a smile on your Popsy's face. He wants to know how you're feeling.
Kuali.
Training with Muma will make you feel better. It always does.
Waksa u intabadan kal.
He asks if you could help him too before you leave for training.
Dana untizafela.
He wishes that was true for your Muma too, but guiding the village into the future and teaching Wang Fu to her disciples seems more important for every day.
Girafabas.
He suggests you get going and find him gadgets and ideas for how you can upcycle some old fabrics.
Dieser Fehler.
He's curious to see what you found. He's all for renewal and has even considered making the trip out into the wilds to look for a bionucleus pool and refresh his DNA.
Schon.
He can work wonders with pretty much anything and asks if you know how to upcycle.
Some.
Says at least dirty hands are proof that you tried, and that counts. That you failed this time doesn't mean you can't succeed the next. He says it's about time you learned how and offers to teach you, starting with the scrap you found.
Como uno shalafi.
The style might be too edgy for his taste, but it looks sharp on you.
Gagu.
Agrees. At least that way it'll never go out of style.
Gagu.
You should take it with you, wear it to practice.
Badja analog e kani shalafai.
He's sure your Muma will forgive you for not wearing the traditional outfit. He's looking forward to seeing what you'll make next. It seems you have a talent for this.
Tropalo.
Your Muma says it's about time you got here.
Mustiki muhka.
Hopes you're as ready as you claim to be.
Vaseno kasaman varutu konda.
She says she is eager to get started. You don't have much time left before the sun goes down.
Kanamunta. Inadabsunka.
But there's enough time left for repetition, and you need it. Training dummies don't hit back.
Tateko baba sakting.
Wants you to prove that with some practice first.
Narolute.
Your Muma says you did well today. She's so proud of you.
Narolute.
That's all she's ever asked of you.
Kalino. Minalagi mamuru.
Been working on a present for you, with the help of Gizmo and Wiz.
Taifanamenuma. Kanamunt.
You should go see him and find out what it is. You've deserved it.
Narolute.
That's why you should be sure to thank him for it. Catchy.
Kalino.
Your Muma says she's never seen an apparatus as green as this little thing. It's wonderful.
Tukonda.
Figuring that out is half the fun.
Kuri kumbalamuma. Then nampusa.
A piece of Scraptronics like this has built-in old-world tech that makes it a potent communication device.
Antoro.
It's called an automaton, and it's hardwired to your DNA. It'll follow wherever you go and see whatever you see.
Taifanamenuma.
Says it's not a record keeper, more like a companion.
Taifanamenuma.
Your Muma says you look tired. No wonder. It's been a long day.
Asana yotutupu.
Everything ends, both good and bad. Rest, and you'll find strength for tomorrow. Nothing could stop Looper Lupin from setting the world on fire.
Antoro.
Your Muma urges you to blaze a trail. A burnt kidling will learn to dread fire. That's just adding fuel to the flames. Give it a last burst and you'll make it.
Inyavaldo.
Your Muma says this is it. The time has come. She must fight Lupa Lupin. This time there's no escape. She can hear him coming.
Kanyala no toro.
He wants to destroy her. The time to fight is coming, whether she's ready for it or not.
Kalino. Anora kapapon. Asana yotutupu.
Whatever happens, you need to know she loves you. And everything she's done has been to protect you, your Popsy, and those she was chosen to lead.
Anora kapapon.
She tells you to stay back. This is her fight. It has nothing to do with you. History has finally caught up with her.
Andro. Polakudo.
She loves how brave you are, but she can't be worrying about you while she fights. This is her fight. Here it comes. The past coming to haunt the present. You must go through fire and water to make it out of here. Your Muma says you can make it if you believe in it. Where she goes, you go. Blood is thicker than water. You're in deep surf. Don't make waves. The surf goes where it wants to go. It'll take you to the shore as long as you go with the flow. Death is not to be feared by one who has lived life with a pure heart. A part of her will live on in you. The creature is hungry for more. Nothing is going to stand in its way now. If a sacrifice is made for someone else, it's not lost, but passed on to the next. Life must go on. Real sacrifice comes from love and necessity when all other options are exhausted. The ultimate test of conscience is the willingness to give up anything to save what you truly care about. What you do for yourself dies with you. What you do for your kin remains and makes you immortal in their memory. As the moment fades and is lost, the only thing that remains is loneliness. It doesn't mean you'll forget your past. It simply means you need to move on.
The tribe's caught a fluffy hulk. Better watch out, it's no pet.
They couldn't keep it down. Fluff Hulk's on the loose. the energy is too low. You're injured. The deep cut. It was harder than expected to take down the Fluff Hulk. They've received news a Ronin joined the tribe's ranks and were looking forward to meeting you. A group of Jagni warriors are already waiting for you at Myriad's Vespidut outpost. You should hurry there and help them storm the outpost. Mercy is for the weak. The Jagni tribe seek no one's sympathy. Toxanol was something called a corporate juggernaut, and our world still bears the marks of the massive ecological catastrophes they inflicted upon the land. The apocalypse they caused was the end of days for their world. But for us, it was simply a beginning. Look, an emergency box from the old days, when you needed to pack a punch to survive. Wow, bet that nut makes a tight fist. Someone has to end this plague before it's too late. Tunnels like this still carry echoes from the past. Can you hear it? Slice and dice. Person. Sharp steel. That notice board? Filled with the leftovers of used-to-be wants. You're getting close to one of those old Toxanol brick towns. Pay attention. The Toxanol Corporation made this place, and then just threw it away when they were done with it. Well, small ones. Places like this were cheap back in those days, and there was plenty of space. Get done with one place, you just build another. There must be a track somewhere in this brick town. Just hope it's not buried. Watch your step in the forest. This corner of the world is called Bricktown. Let's see.
Stylish as stylish can be. Keeps the sun out of your eyes. The tribes need someone to unite them. Never thought you need to get the pegs lined up to get the clothes soaker rolling. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That's spiraled out of control. You need to turn the pegs in sync. That's spiraled out. You need to turn the pegs in sync. That's spiraled out of control. You need to turn the pegs in sync. You really put a spin on it. That's right, the first rule of gunfighting. Bring a gun. Something good got greater.
You fall a bit short when it comes to resources. Treasure the coming day. The world doesn't have so many anymore. It's Peekaboo Park. Young ones love this sort of place. Cutting edge. Carving it up. This one seems to be in good spirits despite being left here for dead. Has heard that you only follow your own personal code and is worried you've lost your respect for life. Asks you to do the right thing for the sake of your conscience. It's only through your inner conflict you're held accountable for your actions. It's sad to see you're staying on this road to ruin and that you're so determined to help no one other than yourself.
Yes, that's the way. No arguing with that.
That is how you shine light at the dark.
Seriously, don't doubt the dark.
I'm so proud of you for doing the right thing.
Can't believe you let that loser sway you.
That's a Myriad tribe outpost. That's going to leave a mark. Chop, chop. Flexity flex. Chop it up. Stay away from that biohazard. You'll want to wash yourself off for a month. Don't get distracted by all the destruction you can see this time of day. The Vespidat outpost, longtime home of the Myriad tribe. Let's see. Says you need to hit them where it hurts, inflict as much suffering as possible, and make it clear your tribe is a terror to their existence. Murder and mayhem and other terrible things happen. He's sure you've seen it before. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb robber. That hit the spot. Wrecked it. Give those twirly wheels a turn. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Yes, the river tub's going down the drain. Keep going. That cage is holding a helper.
Says they've been treated fair, but is glad to see you. Hopes you'll treat the rivals with the same respect they treated them. Wishes there was another way, but they'll do their best. A sharpshooter. The scaffolding looks unstable. Better stay clear of the red ray. Here's the second line of defense. Red means danger. Bet a big bump will bring it down. Switched off the light. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it. Then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks splody. Shoot it and what kaboom! You're in. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You've earned the privilege of carrying the tribe's weapon. Says you're lucky to have the honor. Out of Date says he's doing his best to keep up, but from what he can tell, it seems you're making progress with the tribe conflict.
Muk bebo far kobe makoto far titaba.
He had a feeling you'd get along with the Jagni tribe, but it remains to be seen what the future holds for your alliance.
Tolo woya lo yalo batolo.
You seem to get along with the Jagni tribe, which doesn't come as a surprise as you share an ominous outlook on life.
Kutuvun poputo kozata ghetto.
But Out of Date emphasizes that solving the tribe conflict won't matter unless you help make a stand against the World Eaters. That's the sound of impending doom. Out of Date's premonitions of imminent disaster are true. The Porcupine needs to be handled.
Ya, sawata mua yudnu luap tula.
He says the time has come to confront the Porcupine at the end of the East Route.
Balotolo.
Goop is working on making his goo glide strong enough to break the waves out to the World Eater.
Boyobut pai katawa. Toledrea ya maoloa.
You should get over there and see what you can do to help. Toughened up. Heroes inspire in a way nothing else can.
Feels like something's about to happen today. Says you should hit the Gnote pen and introduce yourself to Noko. It's only polite. Says you should take care. Shield your eyes if the daylight hurts you. Let's see. Gulpo ain't the easiest tongue, but I think he says he's happy to see a friendly face. Not too many of those around these days. Says it's good to see you again. He's Goop. You might remember him from the old days when he tried to teach you how to swim. Goop says you were always so righteous as a child, and he can still feel it, even at a distance. Goop says memories fade surprisingly fast. We are all pieces of what we remember. It's only together we can remember the story as it was. He knows he's easy to remember. There's no one out there as cuckoo as him. He's one of a kind. Goop says our memory keeps things for us and protects them until we are ready to face them again. He understands you've returned to face Lupa Lupin. That's the destiny you've been carrying within yourself all these years. He says that the catastrophe back then didn't vanquish the good in you. It's still there, as bright as when you were a child. Now the time has come for you to remember and act. Your life is your life, not the story you're told about it. He understands why you seek revenge, but he doesn't think you realize how that'll make you feel once you claimed it.
See? On my side. Go, Dark, go!
First instincts can be truly awful.
The fun thing is always the right thing.
Next time, look at it with a clear heart.
Darkly dark, dark.
Says life on the goo is wide open. You have so many choices of where to go. Some harder than others, of course. Which kind do you like? Hit the open surf, then. The trouble is you can only rely on yourself, at least until you reach a new shore and make new friends. Figures the world is a goner. Even the goo will go gone. Wishes you hadn't done so much to make the goo even gooier. Wonders why you're flapping around with the Jagni. They spend too much time nesting to do anything fun. Thinks you're only proving his point. But hey, back to the goo. Knows yesterday is already gone. It's what you do today and tomorrow that'll move you forward. You need to set the past aside, at least for now. He can't leave the Subnautica station, as the pollution has worn down the insulation of his suit. So you must salvage enough scrap to fix up his goo glide, starting with the old wreck box outside. You should return when you've retrieved the scrap. There's no time to waste if you want to make the goo glide. You're lucky that way. There's still cargo left on the shores from before the apocalypse. His best guess is a power tanker hit a reef and went under. This story needs a hero. Should hold up. Got just enough slack in the line. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Evening's moving in. Right in the face. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Pick your path carefully by whatever you can see. 100% count. Small things for your big ideas. You're low on health. That feels better. Now that's a flesh wound. Ooh, a biohazard like that can make you real sick. Looks good. Toxanol's offshore drilling caused oily matter to spread with the rain and contaminate both the groundwater and open surf. The long-lasting effect this had on the evolution of wildlife was, as we know now, the only reason we came to exist. Looks like the switches need to be turned to match so enough charge can flow through the conductors. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. This might be the end of everything as we know it.
Mukam. Sayruya. Lamdi otin. Rapiki daikeza.
He's got the goo glide functional. You'll have a pull hook and a salvage net, but no armor, and an engine strong enough to break through the thick goo further out. There's debris floating around on the surf that might be blocking your path or needs to be towed. That means you'll need a device so you can get it out of your way. Goop says Gizmo's devised a cannon for the goo glide, but instead of bullets, it flips quacks, squeaky distractions for the triple attentive porky puff, which will give you time to get yourself in position. The best way to find quacks is to talk to Gulp. He has the bearings of the surf archipelago and knows where the quacks like to float. This means you'll have the privilege of visiting Gulp in the Sinky Dink. He'll be able to give you directions to where you'll find quacks. That's where he bobs. Gulp refuses to move from that barge, despite the fact it makes him berth. Goop's not sure, though, if it's the surf sickness or the radium syrup that causes it. Ah, life on the goo. On your own again. That's a gnote. Easy prey for Lupin. For everyone else, they're a perfect mount and easily tamed if they are kept fed. A pip bush that's nom-nom for the gnotes. That's a resource totem, a monument left behind by those that picked scrap, trying to keep the area clean. Stay on top and you'll be fine. Welcome to the Surfipelago, where the horizon rests on the surfy goo. Hey, nice shot. That dawn's a bit easier on the eyes. Well placed. just makes you want to lie down on the sand. There's a serenity about this spot. It's a place for rest and recovery, when day can become night, and... Oh, ouch! Sharp. Close encounter. You're half dead. This is all about you. Whether you succeed or fail, it's on you. Your resources are coming up. Perhaps maybe you'll have enough resources later. sharp as your wit. Think of the things you could build. The Mitomop outpost. The Myriad tribe meditated here long ago. Says they've been waiting for you. They're ready to bring death and destruction to the outpost. They scouted the outpost last night. It seems like a challenge you'll be able to overcome. Says scouts spotted a moth nest close to the outpost. If you destroy that, the moths should infest the place, looking for a new home. That's the idea. If everything works out as planned, the moths should cause a buzzing tumult. Seems dirty down here in the dirt. That's the moth nest, over there. Just get to it and destroy it. Super effective. Crackers out. Who can stand against that? A smart foe would leave now. Carving it up. Nice work. No more moth's nest. There go the moths toward the outpost. They're good and mad. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the rival's second outpost. You've earned the privilege of wearing the tribe's colors. Thinks you earned your way in with blood. Let's see. It's so tempting to just sit and relax. This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. What a waste. Right between the eyes. Your key energy isn't up for that. It's so tempting to just sit and relax. Let's see. This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. What a waste.
Bullets everywhere.
Good evening. You don't have it in you right now. Bites the dust. Slash and dash. You're not dead yet. Treasure this part of the land while you can. Looking better than ever. You don't have the right kind of scrap. This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. What a waste. Wow, wow. Down to half your health. Wonder what's all the way out there at the edge of the surf. This is a quarrel spot. So many wars have been fought over this patch of dirt. Waste. want to fall back. There's so much more to see now. Ah, plastic scrap like that always comes in handy. That's the good stuff. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. Wildlife here is teetering on the brink of extinction. We all are. The meat eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The note is done for unless you intervene. Your reserves are tapped. Sure. Don't look that beastie in the sears. Down all around. The Domp outpost, shined up by the Myriad tribe. Let's see. There's the Sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. He would have preferred if you could have solved this without violence. At least a peaceful solution has a chance, while a violent one never has. It's their last line of defense. Once their guardian falls, they'll surrender. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. Says they won't stand a chance against you. Guess you still want more than that. Give your mount a pat and pick a path. Now that's a flesh wound. Let's see. Pick up the pace race. It's unusual that natural tunnels like this still exist. Most of them got flooded. This area was beautiful before the tribe war began. Look at it now. It's a war zone. Now you can deal death from a distance. You need more scrap to make that work. Resources are too few and scarce, at least for now. There's not much left of... That's the Myriad Tribe's fortress. Will they be friends or foe? You should head up there. That way you'll know. Let's see. This is the tribe's last stand. Conquer this fort and that'll be the last of the resistance. The tribe will be under your command. They've scouted this place carefully. There's nothing here you won't be able to handle. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first, should anything go wrong. Explains that it's a type of catapult that uses a long arm to propel a projectile, or in your case, a gutsy, hard-hatted head. We're all heroes of our own stories, or so we hope. You need to hit them where it hurts. Inflict as much suffering as possible. You're the hammer on their nail. That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Chop, chop! Shot! come. That's a pyro sizzler right there. Nice crackle. Just get to work on it. Make it frizzly. The wire claw looks like it's strong enough to pull down a gate. But you just need to aim straight, shoot and pull, and the gate will come down. The Myriad tribe act on understanding of the greater good and a code of honor. They believe uniting the tribes is the only way to restore the peace. Anybody home? He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He'll fight for what matters. Today, he'll fight you. But tomorrow, he hopes to fight by your side. Slash. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but you either stay true to the cause or not loyal at all. It's black and white. He likes the way you think. Obedience is obtained by the fear of punishment. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Step by step, until all have given up their rights for the good of others. He wants you to focus. These are the new rival outposts your tribe needs to take control of. He says you'll regret not being on their side. The only way you'll learn their secrets, Wu Fu and the tribe weapon now, is if you defeat him. And that will never happen. Your Sifu is pleased. Your help sealed victory and the destiny of the rival tribe. But he's still eager to seal the fate of the world. It's just a matter of time before the tree will fall. It's easier to wage war than to make peace, but it's harder to win a war. But if you're committed, you'll do whatever it takes. You've grown so much stronger than when you first met. And now, the tribe relies on your strength to take on the remaining rivals. He meant that everything that has happened to you has only made you stronger. It's the Myriad Boomerang. You're soaked straight through. It's a beaten path to that door. If you go there, you'd better make an entrance. Let's see. Just be glad that beastie let you on. You're poking around Pockbur, a prime village. There are places a Googlide can't go. Hey, there's some e-waste. The vendor says you can browse his goods anytime during opening hours. Sees you're eager to make a deal, but cautions you not to be too eager if you want to make a good deal. Worth looking at. The bargain you wanted. Well spent. It's possible to overchill. The vendor says you can browse his... Can sense you want to practice your skills at bartering.
Anu hanuala kemela malu alu pup alu tulu.
Let's see. Vroom, vroom. This thing spits goo faster than it swallows it. This here is the Sinky Dink, home of Gulp, at the very least. You enjoyed that?
Yeah.
Let's see. He's pretty sure he's heard of you before, although the details are maybe a little hazy. He wonders if you have something for him to drink. Guesses he does, but it's a long life in a wild world. Sometimes he's shaken, not stirred. Says you look like you've got a powerful thirst to do something in this world. Good, bad, not really sure, but it seems like you've been drinking in your destiny and liking the flavor. Wants to know if he could point you towards something fun to drink, so that you could share with the tipsy tipster. You sure look like you could use a drink. Either way, he hopes you find a way to wet your whistle before the world comes to an awful dry end and leaves us all thirsting for more. Says life's like a mystery drink. Sometimes it's amazing, and sometimes it's awful. But either way, you can't stop drinking till you're dead. Sure, but that's nowhere near as quick and easy. Who wants to stop to chew? Says you should toast the end of the world, but you'd better hurry. It's coming soon. Respects how you take care of yourself first instead of trying to swallow too much. Thinks it's funny you wound up with the Jagni. They drink so little, like birds. Guesses someone has to be, but he can't swallow the sight of it. But who cares about them? Says you'd be as bummed out as him if you came for the hot stuff. The Glugmocker, Nimhimbibble, and his favorite radium syrup. That one's even more intoxicating now, aged in truck tankers and all. Without a drink, and radium syrup especially, he can't move, much less think, as the power of his mind is directly proportioned to the quantity of syrup he swigs. That's why he's called Gulp. The drink helps him forget the state the world is in, but it only lasts until tomorrow. The world is still doomed, even if the sun goes up. Says that's what gives your internals such a great glow. He wants you to know he has other interests too. He's the Surfipelago's self-proclaimed ornithologist, for example. There are other ways than a cold drink to relieve stress, even in these dark times, and, fortunately for you, he can help. Watching Pippi's flap is calming, but better yet are the ones you can look at and touch, like Quack. They're better at floating than flapping, so you should be able to net a few without growing yourself a pair of wings. Much better than floating on a tube raft. Now you've got the groove. The Quack Hollow. It's just lonely. Locked, but that's not opening on its own. This won't be a field trip. It's the real thing. Slash. On the ropes. Hold on to that. That's some heavy-duty hardware. The story will go on as long as there is someone there to listen. You need to line up the switches so they match. Just a few moves left. Make them count. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Well worth the trouble. No time for yawning. Day is calling. Give it some gas. Maybe do that again later. Gulp says he'll bibble anything once, as he's not in a state to go. Thinks you're not the only one who... What were we talking about? Someone could probably make good use of that plastic scrap over there. Says that with the world ending, it's hard to know how much time you have left. They used to use gadgets to tell time, but they mostly needed power. There's an amazing sundial around here, if you want to know what time it really is. Seems to not be sure, but figures it has to be outside, or at least some place the sun can hit it. Thinks the sundial can't be too far, just got to look. It's probably out in the open, where the sun can get to it, or at least it was when it was built. You shouldn't try it at night. No sun to dial then.
want some ducks. Key boosted. Seems dirty down here in the dirt. You can take it. Wonder what oddness you could get up to now. face. Got it, Bert.
I don't think you could make a home here. Flex those smart muscles and open the hatch. Just a few moves left. Make them count. That should be enough glow juice for two. Steady there. Feels like a monster's lair down here. Shopperias like that used to have tons of things for sale, but most of it has gone missing over time. Go make the most of the day. Check out that plastic scrap over there.